The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.black
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021. And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Margie McLean, and I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we have Ms. Shatur Porte. Shatur Porte is an international speaker, author, and Goldman Sachs 1 million Black woman, Black in Business scholar. As the founder of School Council on Wheels, LLC, she is dedicated to empowering her youth through mental health wellness, student success, and leadership development. With a passion for making a lasting impact, Shatur is transforming the way young minds thrive. I present to you Ms. Portier.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. How are you?
I'm doing well. It is Winning Wednesday, so happy Winning Wednesday. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful, and I love that. Winning Wednesday. I'm going to have to use that. My own platform. I'm still in that. I'm just going to let you know.
It's okay.
So welcome. And Genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side, but we are already on this side. So can you tell us a little bit about your business and what you do?
Well, first, thank you, Black Business Networks, for having me. I'm Shatur Porte from Red Bank, New Jersey. My business, School Counselor on Wheels, is an international consulting company business where we travel the world to be able to impact lives of youth and students all over the world and the professionals and educators who support them. We started off virtual, and now we are mobile, just being able to expand our reach to be able to make sure that students and young people thrive, not only in academics, but through personal development as well.
I love that. So can you share something, just share about the name? How do you come up with the name, and what inspired you to even start this business?
Yes. So actually, to be fully transparent, School Counselors on Wheels was birthed and came from survival. I've been in mental health for this will be my 20th year, actually. I'm celebrating. And then I've been in education 10 years. And I was working in a school. I was a school counselor, a teacher, then I became an education administrator. And during that time, we were coming out of COVID. It was stressful. And I was really coming to a place where I wanted to grow and expand. And I wanted to be able to do more than just being in one central located space, one district. I wanted to be able to go out and be able to help students all over the world. And at the time, I just felt like in my role, in my position, I came to the end of that role. And I felt like, there was no room for growth. I was looking for some change. I wanted to be more creative in the way that I showed up and advocated for students. I wanted to be able to look at it from a holistic, full circle view versus just primarily academics, and I wanted to do something different. And during all of that time, I had to make a hard decision, and it became stressful for me. So I decided to resign in my position that I was in. And I said, I'm going to take a year off to be able to focus, get centered, get grounded, take care of my own mental health. And during that time, a colleague of mine, we brainstormed, and it was really centered around my passion and my passion to be able to connect and work with youth. And through that, it was during the COVID time, and I was still getting calls from students, parents, families, my own colleagues. And my colleague said to me, you can still do that. Just do it virtually. And I said, oops, there you go. School counselors on wheels. Because my certification and background is a certified school counselor. And I said, that's it. I'll be able to do this. And being that it makes sense because we're virtual, and I can be able to do that. I could be mobile, and I can be able to reach different demographics. There was students who were homeschooled. There were students out of the country, and I love to travel. So that's where School Counselors on Wheels started. And we started off very small, where we were looking to grow. And we started off just virtual workshops with young girls of color, and creating a safe space for them, and then expand now. And we're going on our 4th year this year.
Congratulations. Listen, I'm very open and very happy to see that you stepped out on faith, one. And, I think COVID was kind of a catalyst for people to say, hey, you know what, I can do other things besides being in this 9 to 5, and I reached this rooftop and I can't go any further. So what's some other things that I can do? You took your talent and you turned it into what I call a paycheck. So I do this workshop called take your hobby or take what you love and turn it into a paycheck. And I actually teach kids how to start their own businesses. So I love the fact that you actually did that. So that is that's very inspiring to me. So, what's your personal experience? How did that shape your passion for youth development and education?
Thank you. Well, actually, it came full circle as I started the business. And it really, I sit in gratitude today, because coming up, I was thinking about this and reflecting. Growing up, I didn't have similar programs that growing up. I didn't have programs for young girls for self-love and leadership development. I didn't have programs that focused on college and career readiness. It was just, it was go to work, go to school, and go to church. And that was kind of the mentorships that we had. And it spoke to me because growing up, my love and my passion was in education. I loved going to school. When I got home, I used to play school with my friends. And then when I got to middle school was a tough year for me. My grandmother, my grandmother, and my great grandmother raised me. So when I got to middle school, I was dealing with friendship issues, and I started to be rebellious. And my grandmother, she's the type, like, I'm out here working 2 or 3 jobs. You don't want to listen and follow my rules. You have to, do something else. So I actually was sent around the corner to my great grandmother, who had a more structured home environment, couldn't go off the porch, was very disciplined, had to do some things. And during that time, my family sent me on a missionary trip to Haiti. I was in 7th grade. I was the youngest student that went across with this missionary church group. And there was a high school young lady that went. We were the only 2 students. It was a local teacher from our communities who was a Black woman educator, been educator for 40, 50 plus years. And then other were volunteers. And I went over to Haiti. And during that experience, I was able to teach young kids English. And it shifted me and hit me very differently. And to this day that I impacted, and I share this story anywhere I go, where number one, I learned very quickly that I had a passion and a love and a desire to be able to teach, mentor, and provide information to peers at the time, which were students or just young people. Secondly, I realized that I was over here in the United States playing around, that these young people were coming, they were walking miles and miles from different villages and different towns to be able to gain information from me. And I was back home not taking it seriously. And I have much more resources, school books, environment, than they do. And I wasn't taking full advantage and being grateful for that experience. So I was able to get humbled very quickly at a young age to be grateful for my experience. So when I came back, it really turned a light bulb in me to do two things, to be able to get serious and focused.
Mm-hmm.
And then also that I wanted to do something. And I started to explore my options of either wanting to be a doctor or be a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And then through my own experiences and having very little resources of mentors, and had a not so great experience coming up that I was told that I wasn't going to be much, mountain thing really shifted me that I do not want to feel how I felt growing up in this education environment.
Mm-hmm.
I also want to be something that I didn't have, because I know the value of being able to pour into a young person, being able to mentor, be able to support.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started to explore my options by having internships and jobs that allowed me to kind of get my feet wet and explore what I like. So I started off with mental health first and started to be able to do different positions like crisis screening, correctional facilities, methadone clinics, anything that you can name of in mental health. I had the opportunity to work in, and then I got into education, and that really helped give me the entree about exploring my likes and my interests and finding my niche, which my love for was working with youth. But it really started when I went over to Haiti and I started teaching the young people, and also it ignited the traveler in me as well. So now I currently still do that to this day.
You know, one of the things that resonated with me is the fact that you actually left here and you saw something different, which inspired you. And I think with our children, that's what they need today. I think about some of the kids that I mentor in my mentoring program in Virginia and Maryland, just allowing them to leave the city and going somewhere like Baltimore. So for some of them, that was their first time even seeing someone that was homeless living in a tent, you know. And for them, they was like, what is that? And I was like, that's a homeless person living under the tent. And they had never seen that before. And then I had some students who I would take to different colleges. And for a young lady to come back and tell me, I didn't think about going to college. My parents didn't go to college until I went on a college tour. And this young lady is doing very well for herself now. And so I think those experiences make a difference, and having someone in your life that could give those experiences to you, that's very, very important. So I think that is great. And just to have someone that you look up to. I think about it, I look up to, and that is a person who, you know, they structured the way I taught because of this one teacher. And every time I see her, I let her know, you are the reason why I became a teacher. The way I teach is basically shaped after you. And so we definitely need that when it comes to our youth. What is the mission of School Council on Wheels?
Yes, our mission is student success. It really is about the student success, but through a holistic. So we look at not only just academics and making sure that students and young people are thriving successfully in academics, but our mission is to look at our key pillars. And that first is mental health awareness. If you're not feeling good, you're not going to show up and be bold, be bright, and be amazing. You have to really check in yourself. And we want to make sure that mentally and emotionally that our young people are doing all right. Because life is life. You know what I mean? I know what I had to deal with growing up. And I know that we, just even as we are, you know, continuing this journey, that I've witnessed many of my students and my young people working at an early age. I know I started working at 14, but, you know, working the level of responsibility sometimes that's the pressures, whether it's voluntary or involuntary, that we have to manage is difficult. And there's no space to be able, or time to be able to process that or talk about it or release that. So making sure that you know what self-care is, you know what self-love is, you know what, like, you know, I always say it's okay to say you're not feeling well. It's okay to say no, you know, it's a complete sentence. So, you know, being able to check in and to be able to see how we are doing. We also look at, which is key, is that we create and we build, we call them leaders, right? Dope leaders. So we make sure that we are instilling not only leadership within themselves, but how are they going to show up and show out in their community? What is their legacy? How are they going to brand themselves, not only being amazing in what they do, but how are you going to give back and show up, whether it's a business owner, whether it's working in your community or traveling the world? Like, how are you going to be a leader? So you're going to feel well, feel good, your mental health and wellness is in check, and you're always monitoring that. And then, because when you get a lot of work and you're successful, millionaire, business, thriving, sometimes we're not taking care of ourselves. So we want to make sure do that, being a leader. And then last, we look at our last piece, which is the college and career readiness and development. So, for me, my grandmother worked a lot, so she didn't have all the resources to know about financial aid and student loans and VOTEC, and there's so many study abroad information. So whether college or, is for you or not, what is your plan A, B, or C? And being able to start looking at that. And I think we need to continue to start looking at that as a younger age. Growing up, being asked, what do you want to be when you grow up, right? And we ask that when we're younger, kindergarten, first grade. And I might say, I want to be a superstar. I want to be a Power Ranger. People laugh at that, but really letting young people have the freedom to explore and dream. And then if that's something that they're really passionate in, let's nurture those conversations so that by the time they get into grammar school, middle school, high school, that they're more prepared in that, and really being able to create a space and environment to get them to explore and say, okay, if that's really what you want to do, how can we support and give the resources? So we have what I like to call courageous conversations about what's next. And I have this program called Don't Fumble the Bag. So making sure that you get all the tools and things you need so that you can make sure when you go out here and you show up that you have a good foundation. You're going to learn across the way. I never thought in a million years that I would leave education and become a business owner. Like I said earlier, I started out of survival. So I didn't know that, but I was able to have a great foundation of mental health, wellness, my education, so that when I went into environments and was able to observe and support, I knew what things look like. I knew how to be able to support in crisis situations and strategies. So we really take all those key things when we're working with our young people and be able to put together action plans and groups and services and resources to be able to help them be successful and have bigger conversations at an early age, and letting them know that they can do anything they put their mind to. But it requires a level of seriousness, discipline, focus, and hard work that they have to be committed to continue. So our mission is to be able to create a space of personal development so they can be able to experience those key pillars and then be able to show up and be successful in those areas.
I love that. You done answered about 3 of the questions I was getting ready to ask you. I love it. You just went through it. Yes. And I love what I hear because even though I have the coaching that you see behind me, the coaching business, I also have a nonprofit. And it's just funny how a lot of the things that you are saying is things that I do with my nonprofit as well. I work with this sorority, I think it was Eta Phi Beta, I believe it is. And they did a non-traditional careers fair out in Greensboro, and we did it online. So I talked with the past president about if I could bring it here in Fayetteville. She said, yes, please. Yes. So I want to kind of bring those non-traditional, is a young man that can be a nurse, and traditionally it's a female. We have women who are farmers. We have women who are construction owners. So we can let young ladies know they can do something that's non-traditional and still start their own business. And so I love that. I'm definitely going to have to get with you at the end.
Of course.
I would love to work with you on this.
I would love that. Thank you, Margie.
So can you share some of the highlights, success stories that have impacted your program?
Yes, I would say this past year, I'm so proud and excited. So one of the other offers that we have with School Counselors on Wheels, in addition to working with the young people and the students, is we also work with educators, professionals, but any professional that's showing up and doing great work with youth, we like to partner with you. So one of the services that we provide is mentorship and consultant. And we were able to go into a district, it was a charter school, and work with their senior class. So what that looks like is I come in at the beginning of the year and I do 2 things. So I offer leadership and development seminars. So every week I'm going in for about 3 hours to teach and provide seminars through the key pillars that we talked about earlier with young people, and really getting them prepared for what's next as they graduate. And then the second piece is I'm working with the main, support system that's there with them on a day-to-day basis to really track, get data, and support them and see how we can support them. So for this current year, from 2023 to 2024, we went in and we worked with her senior class. She was a new school counselor. She was very passionate and does amazing work, but we wanted to make sure that we left an impact on the next generation. So we came in and with our program and our services, and I'm proud to say that that senior class, very small, it was a small charter school of about 40 students, was awarded 8.1 million in scholarships from colleges and universities, HBCUs, technical vocational programs. And then we were also to be able to each one of the students was able to get at least 3 or more college acceptances, to universities or programs. One of my favorite success stories is being able to work with students who I've seen them through the different periods of their lives. So seeing them in middle school or elementary school, and going into high school, and now being able to stay connected and being able to get the check-ins through college. And one of the young ladies, she's doing very well. She got 18 or 19 college acceptances. She got almost $1 million in scholarships, doing very well, but also checking back and saying, Miss Forte, you was right. We didn't want to listen then, but it's hard here, so being able to get the testimonies or hearing, I think my favorites, and not that you have favorite, but you love hearing when they come back. But I would say that the key testimonies is really hearing now as they're young adults, and whether they graduated from school or they transitioned, just hearing their testimonies and their stories. I have this young gentleman who, we have a program where in high school, they're able to take and obtain college credits. And he went and did that very well. He left, he graduated high school. He tried community college, and he called me probably about 3 months after he stopped going and said, Ms. Porte, it's not working out. I don't know what I want to do. And he wanted to give up, and we didn't. And I was able to connect him with another program called Empower, and they offer different kind of, vocational, technical, programs. He got into that program, finished it within a couple of months, now has a finance job, 2 jobs. He just moved out on his own. He has his own place. I said, okay. He said, I'm gonna take you to lunch because I'm doing well. I said, okay. So, just really seeing that even though there may be bumps and hurdles, that the key things that we instill, in the young people, that they're doing well and they're able to navigate these challenges on themselves, and being able to come back and say, I'm doing well, and this is what this looks like. And even some that are still trying to figure out, because I know I am sometimes day to day. Yes. Just hearing, I'm big on faith. I'm big on faith and being able to not give up. That's something that I always try to instill in every conversation. Like, I know it didn't work out. I know we're disappointed. I know we're celebrating, but you got to keep having that faith and keep believing. And those are my favorite testimonials and stories.
I love the fact that you had to step out on faith and leave the education, because sometimes being in education can kind of limit us. December was my last day in education after 21 years. And I feel like I can do a little bit more not being in the classroom. And I love the fact that you had taken what you experienced in the classroom and in the school system, and now you're taking it further where you want to. Because let's be honest, if you were still in the classroom, you wouldn't be able to do half of the things that you are doing now. You're kind of like limited on what you can do, what you can't do, what you can talk about, what you can't talk about. And so now you are actually really, really making a difference in these children's lives. And just to have the success stories to come back, to know that what you're doing, this is what you was mandated to do, and this was your purpose to do. This is what God gave you to do, and you are moving forward in that purpose. I love it.
Margie, I have to be honest with you too. I think, when you're in those roles, you wear so many different hats.
So many hats.
And a lot of the things that we are hired for, we're not actually doing those duties because we are, just moving and grooving. Some days I felt really robotic. I was just doing that. And I think that's another part where I wanted to be able to venture out, is because the student one-on-one and that dynamic was missing, because it started to be, paperwork, administrative and data-driven, which I know we need those things, but it wasn't what initially I was coming to do. And I felt each year that it was just disappearing. And I knew that was something I was truly passionate about. And then even when I branched out, I didn't know that, School Counselors on Wheels was going to be my journey in my life. And I really have to say confidently and proudly that being able to branch out into School Counselors on Wheels and being able to do this, I have found and locked in with my purpose. Because I used to always question, like, what is that? How am I showing up? I know I'm doing things and I'm making an impact, but it truly is that. And I'm just grateful. So you're right. And I appreciate you just making sure we don't miss that point of it too.
Yeah. Yep, I love it. So let's move on to the entrepreneurship side.
Okay.
What are some challenges that face you as a Black entrepreneur, and how do you overcome those challenges?
Oh my goodness. The first challenge is that being able to transition from being in such a mental health and that kind of role for so long, I never knew anything about business. I think in my graduate school studies, one semester, a teacher talked about if you want to open up your private practice, and we went over like some key things with business, but I never took a business class. So I didn't have a business mentor. So I think that was a challenge, being able to, when I was transitioning into this so quickly, because again, I'm a mother. I needed to be able to financially sustain myself. So I'm learning as I go. And I think that was a big challenge, because when you're going as a business, you getting all this information, you have to do this, you have to do this. And for example, you have to register your business, you have to have operations, you have to build a team, you have to do sales, you have to do marketing, you have all of these things, right? The list goes on. And I'm doing or trying to, find my way through all of this all at the same time when you're starting out as the only person in that business. And I think for me, I was, getting frustrated, feeling challenged, feeling like, did I make a mistake? Because I'm feeling like it's just a lot to take on and to deal with. But I had to also realize that I needed to stop trying to adopt that microwave effect and thinking that I started today and by tomorrow I have to make this $1 million and my business is supposed to be, this big known. It takes time and it has to build. And then the things that I'm telling the young people I work with, I needed to look in the mirror and tell myself and remind myself, about how this is going to take some time. So I think learning the business overall and what to do was challenging. Another piece I would say is that, being able to get clients and contracts, you know what I mean? So I had to stop trying to do it the cold, emails and the cold way by meeting people and just branching off. But I had to really sit and say, look at the 20 years, look at the 10 years of the relationships and the networks and the things that you do. You have not once shared that. So even when I came into School Counselors on Wheels, I didn't make an announcement. I was just moving and going. And I think I slighted myself in that way, because there's something I'm proud of and I wasn't sharing and highlighting and telling people about it. So I think being able to market myself and learning those things have been challenges in the business. But over the years, I've been able to get mentors, been able to be on platforms, amazing platforms like this. I put myself in communities and conferences and resources and trainings to be able to help. So anything that I am dealing with, if it's a challenge, I now am in a space where I do have communities, or I go and look and find. One of the things that really helped me was this woman in business in my state. They offered free workshops or little to no cost workshops that help new business owners. They want to help business owners, women business owners, and business owners of color who are women to be able to thrive. Because as you know, first year in business, we don't survive. And then by the 5th year, they close down. And I knew I did not want to be a product of that. I didn't want to be a statistic in that statistic. I wanted to be a statistic that no matter how, slow or fast or however I'm moving, I'm still here and I'm learning and growing.
So, talk to us about how important is having a business mentor?
For me, it was extremely important. And I think I had more than one, and at different seasons and periods of my life. But I also learned now that one of the biggest lessons that I learned is that initially I was just seeking a business mentor. So anybody in business, I was just wanted to get to them, get the information, learn from them. And over the years, I've done that. But over the years, I feel like now I will focus on business mentors who first are in my area of my business, because I think having the different mentors, they're going to see it differently, and their focus and how they mentor you is going to be different. So that's a benefit that I feel like of my experience I got, because I'm able to look at my business from a different perspective and lens from each, which is great. But somebody coming in, it could be overwhelming, it could be frustrating, it could be a lot. But I think I took longer than I should have by finding who I have now as a mentor, a business where they're in education consultant and can really help me start the business from scratch. But being a part of the, Goldman Sachs 1 Million Black Business, that was amazing. And being able, but I learned that after, like, being able, and when you are having a mentor in business, they are someone that has went through the same process. And I feel like you can be transparent, you can be vulnerable, you can be open. And I don't think there's anything that you can say that they haven't seen or can't give you, or they'll direct you. So if you feel like I didn't make any income at this time, they'll be able to support you. If you feel like you need a resource, like sometimes you'll say, I'm struggling with this. They'll say, oh, you can use this program.
Right.
Or this workshop, or you need to go for government contracting, or you need to do this. Did you think about this? And most of the time, being new in business, we haven't thought about it because we don't have that exposure. So I truly believe, even if you haven't started a business yet, that should be on your first to-do list. Before we start thinking about a name, a website, colors, branding, please find a resource and a business mentor to be able to support you in this journey. And it may not stay the same, and it's okay to find others and have multiple business mentors, but make sure you do have that, even if you're in. And also too, I think what helped is taking a class as well too. So when we have electives, if we're in school and we're taking classes, it is okay to take the one-on-one intro to business class. Even if you're studying medical, because again, I never knew I was going to be in this position. So instead of taking maybe a class that's like, oh, I'm going to take weight training, I'm going to take, something else. And those are all fine and dandy. But I think everyone should take an intro to business class if you have the opportunity to. There's in different states in education and school, there's different requirements. So there's finances is required, or career and college readiness is required. But I would definitely say, whether it's a summer program or some opportunity, to try to make sure that you introduce yourself and immerse yourself in some type of business related professional development or learning experience.
One of the things that I can say that helped me when, coming on with the Black Business Network, Dr. Kelly used to do what they call the mastermind class.
Yes.
We would have business owners come on, and, we would talk about what it would be an issue, or what is a hard journey for us. And then we have other business owners that would kind of give us that advice, kind of like a round table type thing. I love that. I think we need to do more of that with each other. I'm looking at doing something like that with teachers, educators as well, because we have young educators that come in and just don't know what to do. And so for us to give that, those ideas to them, I think that is something that is needed. And we have to not be so afraid to say, hey, I'm failing at this part. Because you don't know it all. I say that all the time. We do not know it all. And you don't need to be with someone who doesn't know anything. You need to be with somebody who knows more, so they can teach you and they help you expand your business. But not only do you listen, you have to do it. You cannot, you have to be a worker. You have to be a doer of what is said, So we have to take those advantages of those different things. For me, one of the things I done was I did became a certified yoga instructor.
Wow.
And SEL facilitator. And I take that and I used it in my classroom, and it was amazing to see how the kids transformed and how they did much better, and they was calmer. And so I never thought that I would be trying to do yoga in the class, trying to stretch and things, but sometimes we have to figure out ways that we can expand our business. And like you said, taking those different classes is okay. Finance, I may not be that well versed in finance and how to handle. So take the classes. They're out there. They're free. Take advantage. So there's no excuse. So when we think about your journey as an entrepreneur, how inspired were you, becoming a business owner? What are some lessons from your journey that you learned?
I would say, as far as being inspired, definitely, I think my hard work, my dedication, my focus, those characteristics about me help me sustain and keep working in my journey with my business. I always tell this story. When I was younger, I used to always say, I want a building with my name on it. I want a building with my name on it. I didn't know what was going to be in that building. I didn't know what it is. But essentially, as I got older and I was thinking about it last year, that was me just having ownership and having a business. And it could still happen. But I think it inspired me just to see, just having something where it's yours and being able to do something that you love. But I think, like I said, I never thought about being here as a business. And now that I'm here, I always say it's hard for me to go back to what I was doing. You know what I mean? But I think just to be able among other business owners to have a solution to problems or to help solve things in the world, and especially for young people, and especially to be among the community and network of a woman who is of a color and has a Black business, and being able to help, and then to be able to help our young people so that they can build legacies. To me, that's what inspires me every day. So when I am frustrated, or I am saying, I don't know if this is, because there's times where I said maybe this was just a survival move, and I thought it impulsively, and maybe it's something that I shouldn't do. But each and every time, it's deeply rooted in my purpose and my assignment. I truly believe this is my assignment. So I started in those areas of the school so that I could be able to get here and be able to make more of a global impact. But I truly believe, ever since I was a little girl up until now, this is something that I love to do, and that inspires me to keep going and to expand, to see what's next.
So what advice would you give to a future or aspiring entrepreneur?
So many, but if I could give one piece of advice that I always share, is two things: to believe in yourself and have faith, no matter what the journey is, how hard it gets. And like you said earlier, to have a mentor, to have a community, even if it's not a bigger community. Sometimes we worry about just have one other person who has expertise and skilled in this, the area that you are looking to do. Because I think sometimes is that we look at people who are doing very, very well, and they may not have done what we're looking to do. So I always tell people is to find community in those who have done what you've done and have been successful for a certain period of time. And then being able to position yourself, whether it's watching a YouTube channel, reaching out, but building community around those positive folks, and being able to have the faith. So I would just say, have faith. It's going to be hard. You're going to have to, work hard, but also finding, community in that area.
I think that's very important, to make sure that we find someone who has already done it.
Yes.
But then when they find someone that already done it, we have to be able to tell the good, the bad, and the ugly side. You can't just tell the good side. Yes, I became this, this overnight. Because what's going to happen is, you tell them the good side, but then when they're starting, they're like, wait a minute, this is not what I thought. And a lot of them fall on the wayside. So you have to be able to tell the good, the bad, and the ugly, so they can say, okay, you're going to see this. Like you said, you're going to start thinking like, is this what I'm supposed to do?
And you know what I would say too? Like, people that are going to look, sometimes, I know for me, I didn't get the ugly in the beginning. I felt like I had to invest more to get more information out of them, or it just didn't come out at first. Have your questions. That should be your first meeting with them. So those who are listening and you are going to connect yourself to someone, that should be in your top 5, your top 3. And if you only have 30 seconds, listen, I want to hear about your experience. Can you give me one challenge you had? One good, make sure that's in front of the beginning of your questions to be able to ask, so that you can be able to get something. Because sometimes people have a short time, or you're not able to connect for a long period, or you may only see them once and that's it. So making sure that's a priority question that you're asking for both the good and the bad.
So let's talk about, being that you are doing the mental health piece for kids. Let's talk about you. How do you balance being a business owner, a speaker, advocating for youth, trying to have your own life? I don't know if you're married, children. How do you balance work-life balance?
I had to learn the hard way. I did have to learn the hard way years ago when I was in mental health and I was working in hospitals and constantly working and working all shifts at all times a day. My health was in jeopardy and I wasn't able to take care of myself as I should. And I realized that I cannot no longer move in this capacity. So one of the things that I had to learn was the first thing was that just because I leave it at work doesn't mean I don't care. I think I was having, guilt, feeling that if I went home and I wasn't still thinking about it, it made me a bad counselor. It made me a bad professional. And that's not the case. I had to train myself and position to myself to be able to close whatever the matter is in a space that I'm comfortable with. And I can always pick up the next time I come in that capacity. And that I also had to make sure I informed or everything. There was a Band-Aid on the situation till the next time I came in that sustained. But I really had to also make sure that when I got into now my place of home and peace, that is an environment that pours into me and nurtures into me, because I wasn't doing that. So that means to make sure, am I getting a decent amount of hours of sleep? Am I eating a certain amount of times a day? Am I drinking water? Now I've incorporated fitness in my day-to-day. I also have other routines that I check in to get grounded and focus. And I wasn't doing that at first. So what I call it is, what is your daily secret sauce? What are you doing each day to be able to pour into you so that you can show up? Because what we all say, we can be successful, we can make a lot of money, we can be thriving, but we're not going to be able to enjoy it if we don't take care of ourselves. I take trips. I take time off. I have this thing that I do every year. It's called my DND. It's called my Do Not Disturb. So it's my self-care time where I tune out social media. I tune out even socially going out, but I really sit and I think about my wins. So I celebrate Winning Wednesday every Wednesday. I have a win jar. I put posts in it. And throughout the year, I check on it throughout the year. And at the end of the year, I pour all of them on the ground and see my wins and say, girl, you did that. And I pour into myself. But I do those things once a quarter. I take retreats away where I love my family and I say, I love you guys, but we either go somewhere where it's the beach, I rent a space and just have the time where I'm pouring into myself. So just really making sure, and if you don't have the funds or be able to do that, how do you create that environment at home? Do you get up before everybody else and do you take a walk? What does your time look like? I also had to separate from technology. So I'll take my phone at night and I put it in a whole different room. So I'm not looking at it. I don't roll over and try to scan. Like, I have the alarm clock on and also make sure that it's loud, because if I got to get up, I have to get up to turn it off. So it works two dual things. But I really make sure that my self-care, my self-love is definitely a priority. And I do a lot of journaling as well.
I have to do that win jar. I do the gratitude jar, and I teach that with my self-care and self-love class that I do, and just doing the gratitude. I know for myself, for New Year's, I just got away and went to the beach by myself. And I loved it. It was cold, but at the same time, I needed that.
It fills you back up. And you can do, Marjorie, and everybody that's listening, start small on Wednesday in the morning. Get a Post-it, get a jar, and write one win and put it in a jar. But what I do is I take a longer Post-it and I write all the wins for the week, whether I exercise, whether, like, my win this morning was being on the Black Olympics and the Black Business Network. So I put that in the jar this morning to be able to celebrate that, because that's a big accomplishment. But always, and I think once it does two things, you're celebrating yourself, you're acknowledging, but you're also pouring into yourself in that way where it doesn't have to be, monetary or materialistic, but it's also building this confidence and this self-love for yourself through an activity such as that.
And it's good to have those wins, because sometimes, in business and day to day with life, and as we said, sometimes we think we haven't done enough. I know I can be that way. We can be very hard on ourselves. And then when we look back, we're like, wait a minute, girl, like you said, I did that. Oh, I did that. Right? I did do that, And so it's very, and sometimes we look at other people and because they've done so much and we had this one thing, but still that's one thing you possibly was working on for 5 years and you finally got it done.
Right.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. And, even like you said, if you don't have the money, you need to be intentional So
Yes,
if you
that
know
is
you
it.
want to get away, put
Yes.
away $5 or so, or have a
Yes.
bank account that you do not see, and you put a little bit of money in there, and
Yes.
that is your getaway, your D&D bank account.
Yes.
Do not
I love that.
I love that.
D&D.
I'm telling you, I'm taking these nuggets.
Yes,
And
yes.
I'm taking these nuggets. I'm telling you, I'm
Yes,
taking these
yes.
nuggets. So I'm gonna call. That's what I'm calling it. Do not disturb.
Bank account. I
Getaway.
love it.
I love that. So, when we talk about also work to life balance, how do you speak to maybe your family members to let them know? Because sometimes that can be hard. Because we say, "Hey, listen, I just need time. I just need time," and sometimes they take it personal, like, "Hey, you tired of it?" No, I just need my own space. How do you relay that to your family and friends?
Yes, we just got better at this the last 2 years, but this last DNZ was better. So my immediate family, they see how much I do, but they also interpret that as two things: that she's superwoman and she could do things, but it also doesn't apply to me. Like, that's just this work, everybody else, but I can pull from her too. And I had to realize that no matter who's pulling, it's energy that's coming out of me that I need to find time, solo time to pour back into myself. So with the family, I had a conversation, and it's not as nice and as calm and as how you make it. They do take it personal, and I always just start the conversation is, you know what, I'm embracing this new journey. I'm focusing on my wellness, and I just need to pour in some time. So I'm going to set up these times of day where this is the time that I'm just my quiet time.
Right.
And it just means from anyone, I'm just not being able to take calls or during these times, or, after 8 a.m. we can definitely whatever. After 8 p.m. I'm more on that quiet zone, that quiet, mode, I call it, to focus on. My friends, you got to be creative. Different friends require different conversations. So I had to just have conversations and say, listen, I'm going on to this journey. I had a impactful year. I'm in mental health. I do things, and it requires to pull a lot of energy from me, and I just need some time. Some friends was like, so you're not going to talk to me? But what if they just could not take it. And even during that time, there was one friend that they just kept texting and calling. And I also had to say, you know what, I need to stand strong on my boundaries, because if I am responding at everything, I'm not respecting myself or showing them, what I'm asking for, and to respect that. So it's definitely hard, but they see how much brighter and how well rested I'm coming from. So they see that it works, and they say, oh, I need to do this too. But it's just hard. And I think it's just constantly reminding, and you can definitely do it in a non-intimidating way. And you just have to say, you know what, for me to just be better, to be able to show up for my friends and my family, I deserve this time. Not even I need, because sometimes when you say you need, everybody takes, I need this too. I have to say I deserve. And part of my self-love and my journey and deserving is I have to do this. And as my friend, and I know you love and you support me, I know as my family you support me,
right?
You know what I mean? This is how you can support me, and showing it. This is what this looks like, and I have to give examples, you know what I mean? During this time, this is what this looked like. Even my son, I had to say, I love you, but I need some time.
Right. And
I also help him model that he deserves that too.
Yes.
So I always try to do fun. I'm always doing creative ways. So I'll be like, all right, it's 5 o'clock. All right, let's go no quiet mode, so that he's feeling part of the journey and not excluded, that he has his own time as well.
So I love how you building that generational, we say generational wealth, generational mental health. Mental health. Love that. That's a different, listen, we can keep going and talking about that by ourselves. When you said that, I was like, oh man, that's a whole different workshop.
It's a whole different session, because it's hard.
Yes. Because I have a 4-year-old, and for me, my goddaughter, so for me, it was just hard coming from work and all the stresses that you have, and then coming home, and you just need that time. I mean, it got to the point where I just sit in the parking lot for a little bit, or I pick up from daycare. I'll sit in the parking lot. Sometimes I fall asleep. I mean, it had gotten so bad. One of the parents is a police officer, and she came knocking on the door like, "You okay?" So one of the parents, but you just need that time, that quiet time for a little bit, and then go back into mommy mode. So,
and Margie, those car sits, come on, everybody that's listening, those car sits, you think you sit for 15 minutes, it's been 2 hours, baby.
I needed that. Just, sometimes we don't. And then, whether we know it or not, when we talk about mental health, those stresses from work, you want that time, but then your kids want your time, and then you get a little frustrated with them and they don't understand it. And so for me, I just knew that it was just time for me to move on. So I went and, project that to her, and, I feel a lot better. So
one of the things too, Margie, I want to say too, is that I have a book to you guys. It's called I Forgive Myself for Forgiving Myself.
I love that.
Yep. And it's a self-love journal, and there's a prompt. So one of the prompts that was for the other day said, so it starts off with an affirmation for the reader, and then it's a prompt to help you reflect on it. So the prompt is, I am healthy. And then, the affirmation is, I am healthy. And then the prompt is, I will be mindful in making sure, and you fill in the blank. What are you going to be mindful of? Are you going to be going on, to bed on time, pouring into yourself? And then right after, there is a quote that really, affirms what you just said. So it says, create an invite only space for your life. So don't have everybody have access to you. You need to be able to check, and I call it my inventory checklist, where I'm evaluating people, places, and things, because the same people can't have access. I don't go to the same places I was going to when I was 18 and doing things, and I don't, digest or take in the same things I used to. So I'm not drinking soda and juice anymore, or I'm not, you know what I mean? I don't watch Love and Hip Hop anymore. You know what I mean? I'm watching things. I'm gonna be honest, y'all. I'm not doing the things that I used to do, because I had to create an environment and space that's nurturing for my mental health.
Oh man, listen, I could keep going. I was looking for the cue from Dr. Kelly. He haven't given the cue yet, but I'm like, oh my God, I could keep talking to you.
We finished it up.
So I'm like, I just need your contact information, because I'm actually putting together my next women's conference, which you want to call that Wait to Excel. I may have you to come and be a speaker. I have to get your
do that too. I'm a consultant, author, speaker, and I love women empowerment, especially Black women. I posted a couple of my own events by pouring in to you, and that's what the book is based off. I Forgive Myself for Forgetting Myself. And that's what I really speak to, about being able to create this lifestyle that you are making sure you prioritize yourself. So feel free to be able to connect with me. The book you can be able to reach on Amazon, Barnes and Noble, Target, Walmart. I'm on LinkedIn, so Shatira Porte on LinkedIn, and I'm also on Instagram. My business school counselors on Wheels. So feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. You would love for me to come in and pour into any groups, whether it's students. We work with college students as well. So my target audience I focus mainly on middle school and high school, but I've worked with younger and also older, even students that are in their doctoral programs I'm working with currently now too, just to make sure that they're creating a lifestyle and a space for mental health as they're in their journey. So I would love to be able to support anyone that is looking at their overall mental health wellness, or also just being able to thrive successfully, and showing up, whether it's in your business or just in your life. Either one is important, and we must do that.
Well, let's, I don't know if we ended, but I will say, what is the ultimate vision for School Counseling on Wheels within the next 5 to 10 years? And also, if you can have a piece of advice to give your younger self when you first started out, what would that be? So tell us your first vision for the first 5 to 10 years.
We are still new. We're still growing and expanding. My 5 to 10 year vision is that School Counselors on Wheels is known as one of the top 5 businesses and companies worldwide, internationally, working with students and youth programs. I had the pleasure, I went to Ghana in July with a Women CEO Project. And during that time, I was able to meet wonderful advocates and professionals that work with youth in Ghana. And I was able to be one of their keynote speakers in October for a conference for all over the world, platforms such as this. And my goal is to continue to be able to travel, not just virtually, but be in person. Ultimately, I want to create an international girls program in Africa. I want to be able to go there and be able to do some work with students and women there, and just build some programs, and continue to have a cultural exchange program through US and there. My advice to my younger self, I wrote an open letter. I do that often.
Give me just one because we get ready to cut off in a few minutes. Okay?
Yep. Open letter to just myself about I am just proud of the woman that you are showing up to be, and you are being the woman that you needed when you were younger.
I love that. So real quick, before we get ready to go, can you again give us your contact information, please?
Sure. Please connect with me on LinkedIn, Shatira Porte, first name Shatira, last name Porte, Portee. And please connect with me also on Instagram with Shatira Porte. My email is schoolcounselor@gmail.com.
All right. Thank you so much for having you. It was great talking to you.
Thank you. It was great, Margie. Thank you for making me feel at home and just spending the day, the early afternoon with me.
Jesus comment, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know? A student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Genius is common, and my genius is nutritional strategy. I am Shawnee Smith, the owner and creator of Can Do Spice. Can Do Spice was created because I knew that adding herbal and mineral supplements to my diet did not have to be boring. In fact, because I'm a food enthusiast, I knew I could create something flavorful and explosive that also had the benefit of adding herbal supplements such as sea moss, bladderwrack, burdock root, and black seed, just to name a few. I invite you to take this journey with me where we come together and take control of our nutritional health. It is my way of sharing my genius, the gift of flavor and the healing power of herbs to the world. What is your genius?
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training. Masterclasses led by African industry execs and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students who may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that is on the screen below. And you can also Cash App at $BBX USA.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Margie McLean. I am the business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, your speaker is going to be no other than myself, Margie McLean. I am the founder and CEO of the Margie McLean Foundation. Our mission is to develop resources and support that enhance academic achievement, financial stability, holistic well-being for youth and families while promoting strong community engagement. Our vision is to create thriving communities where youth and families are empowered through education, economic opportunities, holistic health and wellness, and academic community engagement. We envision a future where families have the resources and support needed to achieve their academic success, financial independency, and healthy, fulfilling life while contributing to the growth of our community. Just a little bit about the Margie McLean Foundation. We started in 2003. I promised my grandmother that I would do something big in the community and make a difference. And much like her, she was one who helped those in the community. So in 2004, when I became a teacher, I began to mentor high school ladies in St. Paul's High School with this program called the Ladies of Quality. In 2014, I created and expanded the program in Virginia and Maryland. And this is when the Margie McLean Foundation was born. And I named it in honor of my grandmother. And so we started off with 15 young ladies, and the organization grew into maybe about 75 to 100 ladies. And what we did was we promoted social friendship, we promoted interpersonal skills, and also just looking at what are some things that they could do within the future. And to this day, we have inspired about 500 middle school and high school young ladies through our programs, such as the Ladies of Quality Mentoring Program, Adopt a Highway, college, the College Road Trip, our Girls Empowerment and Leadership Summit. And we also have expanded since then to other programs, and it has created a learning environment for our youth. So with that being said, we are really an organization who is looking and really committed to empowering our youth and not only supporting their youth, but also the family. At the heart of our foundation lies a dedication of fostering growth, resilience, and opportunity for younger generations and their family. And through this, we are big on collaborating with different partners in the community. We have a deep root belief in potential, the potential of everyone. We strive to make a difference and impact in our community, not just in the community that I live in, but worldwide as well. We have discovered different programs that we develop to address the unique needs of youth and families in various communities. And some of our programs that we have started was our back to school drive. And with this, we wanted to help provide at least something for our at-risk children. One of the things we provide for the families is to help them with their new backpacks, school supplies, and we do this in the month of July. We also provide them with resources to help them, their family with school. We also provide them with vaccination information, and we also help our teachers as well, because we know our teachers do not have the resources that they need in their schools. So for those Title I schools, we provide them with school supplies for our teachers as well. One of the other programs that I think is really, really needed is our Bundle of Joy Community Baby Shower. And the purpose of this baby shower is to educate new and expecting parents about health, nutrition, infant mortality, also to provide community resources to help them as well. And we're looking at making sure that we maintain healthy living for babies 0 to 12 months. With this, we have charitable efforts which collecting baby supplies for our new mothers, and not only our new mothers, but our fathers as well, and anything that our babies need. We also do what we call a resource fair. And with that resource fair, we have different community resource organizations that come in, and they also provide education to our parents. And again, I want to make sure that I stress that this is just not for mothers, this is for fathers as well. We are going on our sixth community baby shower, which will be this April. We are looking to have a carnival style baby shower, and we want to encourage our fathers definitely to come in and learn some of the things that our mothers go through. Also, our mothers learn some of the things our fathers are going through during the pregnancy stage as well as afterwards. So we want to be able to promote healthy families through this baby shower. Our Girls Summit, which we call that the Jail Leadership Summit, I started that to promote women empowerment and young women, ladies, to show that we have some women in our community that are doing some wonderful, wonderful things. And I also want them to see women that look like them. And so we started this program, which was like a leadership training program for middle and high school kids. And we talked about topics when it comes to self-improvement, self-love. We had women to come in and teach them nutrition. We had the young ladies to make their own smoothie drinks. They learn about the different ingredients to make a smoothie. They pick it and they make their own ingredients. And then we had a competition with that. We also had women to come in and talk to the ladies about healthcare, how to care for themselves. And then we had a careers fair with them as well. So ladies come in on different careers that the young ladies are interested in. They come in and they give information to these young ladies about what is the requirement to become a nurse, what is the requirement to become a construction worker if they want to, something non-traditional training that we have for this. We also now have our International Rainbow Storytime. And the reason why we call this international is because we have reached 11 countries to this date, reading to kids around the world. I team up with local children's book authors and storytellers to present a monthly story time to young kids and their families. I started this on purpose because during the quarantine, our children were not going to school. At one time, we just didn't know what to do. Kids were having mental breakdown because they was used to socializing with their friends versus being in the house all day with their siblings. And so we know with our kids, a lot of them love to get away and they need their own space with their own friends. And so with that being said, I wanted to bring the love of literacy, bring some education back into the house, as well as connect our children with other children, their friends, and also meet others. Our first one, we started off with a student from the UK, and then it started to build. We had students in South America. We had students in Africa. Europe, we had some students in Asia, of course, here in the United States. And it was really, really like a pen pal type thing. So they started connecting with each other and learning about different cultures, learning about how other cultures celebrate the same holidays that we may celebrate. And so we wanted to bring that out and connect our children. We have been going strong for 10 years. And it has been a joy to actually work with different communities when it comes to the Marjorie McLean Foundation, and we are looking to expand it even more. I also have a book called For the Love of Me. For the Love of Me is a self-love journal. And in that self-love journal, we have different prompts. We have different topics that you write on. But you're not just writing like it's a journal. You are actually digging deep inside yourself to learn how to love yourself again. We do have with our students a lot of mental health issues that our students are dealing with. Self-love is definitely a big one. We have also students who do not have the environment, the proper environment, I would say, or the loving environment that they need. And they don't have anyone to pour into them. And so what this book does is it pours into them. What we do with this book is I have a class that I'm currently doing with this book called For the Love of Me. And we talk about how to have gratitude for yourself, how to love yourself again. First of all, let's talk about what is self-love. So a lot of people do not know what self-love is. So what is self-love to you? How do you show self-love to yourself? When you show self-love to yourself, how does that exude to other people? How do they now see you? Do we really think about those things when we think about ourselves? We also learn how to write a love letter to yourself. So in this book, you write 3 love letters you write to yourself. Okay. Also, we give you a recipe, so to speak, to how to create a gratitude jar. What is a gratitude jar? So it's a jar. You can create a box or what so have you. And every day you're going to write something that you're grateful for, whether it be for yourself, whether it be for, I'm grateful to hear the birds chirping today. I'm grateful to see another day. I'm grateful that I can go in and turn on in hot water. Just the littlest things that you grateful for or thankful for that others do not have the pleasure of having. You create this for yourself. And at the end of the month or at the end of the quarter, or at the end of the year, you pull out your slips and you look at your slips and figure out what is it that I was grateful for this year. Okay. We had a young lady, she came, the last young lady who was on, she talked about having a box that she does. She called it the win box. And she looked at all of her wins. Well, you could do the same thing with your gratitude jar. What are the things that you're thankful for? And once you look at that, you'll notice that life is not as bad as it seems or what you think it is, because there's a lot of little things that we have, opportunities that others do not have. So in here, you also have quotes every day. And also at each day, you have some type of task that you do for yourself. We call that the self-love or the self-esteem tab. You find something that you do for yourself every day, whether it be go see your favorite movie. You can buy yourself some flowers, buy your favorite candy. Just turn on some music and do a bubble bath for the day. Little things that we never think of because we're always going and going and going. And when do we show ourselves self-care, self-love, self-esteem, self-gratitude? Those are the things that you want to be able to do for yourself. So within that, I created what we call Chemistry Growth Mindset. And it's a transformational consulting and also coaching business. So in this, I coach young women, I coach young men, I do group coaching, independent coaching, small group coaching, whether it be whatever it is that you want to work on in life, that's what we work on together. I also do education consulting. And one of the things I love to do is I go into a classroom or I go into a school and I work with new teachers. Because a lot of our teachers are dealing with a lot of things in the classroom. And some of these things are not taught in the education department or in the education program. So when they come, their mind is just blown at a lot of things that they see. And we don't want to lose our teachers, especially young teachers. The kids need that. So one of the things I do, I go in and I work with our teachers, little things that they need, whether it be learning how to create effective lesson planning, whether it be classroom management. How can we give notes where it's effective for the children? We work on those type of things. So if you are looking for coaching or if you're looking for consultant, you can definitely follow me at Chemistry Growth Mindset. on Instagram as well as Facebook. You can also email me at chemistrygrowthmindset@gmail.com. This is for my educators. I definitely want to work with our educators on how to teach our children better. Our kids are going through a lot. What are some traumatic things that our kids are going through? And how can we, with those kids with those traumatic issues, how can we really be effective in instructing them? So with that being said, thank you. I'm so happy that I was able to come in and talk to you about my business. If you would like to find me, you can find me at Margie McLean Foundation @gmail.com. You can also find me at Margie McLean Foundation 1 on Instagram, as well as on Facebook. Also, I have a lot of videos where I give some good nuggets on TikTok. You can find me at Chemistry Growth Mindset on TikTok. I give a lot of good nuggets that you need, free nuggets about self-care, self-love, how to take care of yourself. You want to make sure that you're able to pour into yourself and not into everyone else. And again, when we're talking about business, this is one of the hardest things to start is business and being mentally being sound to be able to keep our business going. Talking with the young lady, we just a minute ago, we have to have a good, mental health wellness regimen for ourselves. And so with that being said, I would love to work with you if you are interested in working with doing yoga, SDL, self-care, anything I had to learn, I would love to teach that to you. Again, you can find me at Margie McLean Foundation @gmail.com. You can find me at Chemistry Growth Mindset, Transformational Coaching on Instagram. Please follow me on YouTube, follow me on Facebook, and also follow me on TikTok. I would love to hear from you and hear more from you. Thank you so much, and I am looking forward to meeting you and talking to you soon. Thank you.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement. I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car.
Wow.
I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
In today's competitive market, standing out is essential. 5-Star BDM, led by visionary Grant McGaw, offers the key to unlocking your brand's true potential. With innovative strategies and a passion for empowering businesses, 5-Star BDM is transforming personal branding and business development, moving brands from merely competing to dominating. At 5-Star BDM, we revolutionize personal branding by crafting authentic identities that enhance visibility and influence. Our Brave Blueprint drives measurable results, ensuring a return on investment through tailored strategies. By integrating artificial intelligence and advanced methodologies, we provide your business with a competitive edge in the digital age. Grant McGaw brings over 20 years of leadership experience with Fortune 500 companies. Named a top 10 global thought leader in personal branding, Grant's achievements include the 2024 Best Personal Brand Development Podcast for Follow the Brand. His philosophy, integrity doesn't have a price tag, is the foundation of 5-Star BDM. Partnering with 5-Star BDM means embarking on a transformative journey. We begin with discovery, analyzing your brand's DNA. Using the Brave Blueprint, we develop a strategy tailored to your goals. Our support continues through implementation, training, and ensuring long-term success with AI-driven insights and real-time adjustments. Our impact is evident. A healthcare tech firm experienced a 300% boost in brand recognition and 75% sales growth in 6 months. Entrepreneurs report increased customer retention and new revenue streams. Diverse companies like Black Business Expo USA and Akaba World Network have become industry leaders through our guidance. Join the movement and elevate your brand.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
La connexion. La connexion. Be you. Be you.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Artist to me is a creative.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve. I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You've never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now, I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Margie McLean, and I will be your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today we have Dr. Reddish. Dr. Reddish, affectionately known as Dr. Z, the ball mom doc, is a retired school principal turned entrepreneur, speaker, and transitional life coach. As a founder and CEO of Empowered Educational Consultant, she is dedicated to helping student athletes, professionals, and mature women navigate life's transition with clarity and confidence. A proud mom to NBA star Cam Reddish and D1 athlete Aaron Reddish, Dr. Z draws on her personal and professional experience to guide others to success in sports, education, and life. She is a 3-time #1 best-selling author of Alley-Oop, the ultimate assist for parents of athletes, The Heart Leader, HEART leader, and adapt her, Grow with the Flow. Recognized as a top entrepreneur to watch in 2024 by Forbes, Dr. Z is a sought-after speaker and coach, helping clients adapt, lead, achieve their next chapter goal. I present to you Dr. Reddish, Dr. Z.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. How are you?
I am well. I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side, which we are here. And first of all, I want to say I love those glasses. Red is my color.
Thank you.
I
My
love those
color
glasses.
too. Thank you.
It's nice to meet you. So can you, before we get started on the questions, first of all, can you pronounce your name for me? I didn't want to mess it up, so that's why I said Dr. Z, Dr. Reddish. And then tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, actually, that's one of the reasons why I go by Dr. Z. It's quite the unusual name. However, it is very phonetic. It actually is said just like it is spelled. It's Xanthia.
Xanthia. Okay.
So, but it is unique, and I get all kinds of versions. So to make it easier on everyone, I just say Dr. Z. That's why everyone calls me that. So, so I'm Dr. Z, Dr. Xanthia Reddish, and I'm a retired principal, like you said, turned edupreneur. I'm all about education and helping others transition into their next, to crush their goals. Whomever I come into contact with, my goal is to help them be the best version of themselves in their next chapter.
Thank you so much. So I want to ask this question because I am also a former educator. December was it for me. And so a lot of people ask us, after 21 years, why did you leave? So what inspired you to transition from being a school principal to now being an educational consultant and entrepreneur?
So, as life would have it, it has shifts, right? So I say shifts happen, right? Mm-hmm. So that's what happens. So I actually formally left education during the pandemic in about 2020. And I had transitioned from Pennsylvania to Atlanta as my son was transitioning in the MBA. Mm-hmm. And so it made sense for our family to move where he was because he was so young at the time. And my plan was to just kind of go between both states at the time while he was in his first year. But then the pandemic happened, things started happening, things like that. And then I got to Atlanta and I loved it and decided, you know what, I could live here. Actually, I want to live here. Mm-hmm. And so I planned on going into the principalship in Atlanta. But when I went to do that, after the pandemic had settled down, my new Atlanta friends were like, girl, why? Do you have to? And I said, well, I don't have to do anything, to God be the glory. I can, do what I'm really passionate about, which is teaching and learning. That part has never changed. Yes. So I just decided to put all of those efforts into my work as an educational consultant. I had started my educational consultancy before I had left Pennsylvania. Okay. Mm-hmm. But it was just, I never pushed it. I just was working it when opportunity became available. Always had been working with parents of athletes anyway, so it worked. And so I've just now been able to continue in that work as well as add on a few other different subgroups that I support.
So with that being said, I want to kind of shift back to, I was reading the titles of your book, and you have Heart Leader and Adapt Her. Can you tell us what the acronyms for those books are?
Absolutely. So I'll start with the Heart Leader because that one's out already. Adapt Her is actually available for pre-order, and we'll talk about that in a second as well. But the Heart Leader is my book that's actually I use as part of my coaching practice when I'm working with new and novice school principals. Mm-hmm. And so HEART is an acronym for humility, empathy, authenticity, relationships, and trust. Those are the key components that I believe leaders need to really effectively build a culture of care in their buildings. I was a very successful principal, so much so that when I transitioned to Atlanta and said I was going to leave, my district put me over all of the schools as opposed to taking me out of the job altogether because my absence was missed in my buildings. Mm-hmm. And so being over all of the buildings, no one building would miss me at a time if I was out of town working with my son. So I thought that just kind of spoke to what they saw as my value in the district. But one of the things about education is I feel like it's something that goes like everywhere. Like I'm constantly looking to teach because I'm always looking to learn. And I do believe it gives you the competitive advantage in any situation. And so my goal is to help new principals learn how to acclimate to running a building by building relationships. I feel like relationships are everything. So I spend a lot of time talking about that in my Heart Leader book. That book actually accompanies the coaching I do with new and novice school principals.
I love that.
You mentioned also my newest book, which is Adapt Her, Grow with the Flow. And Adapt Her, Grow with the Flow is a book that is actually, it helps you deal with any transition, because with any transition, any change, you're going to have to adapt, right?
Yes,
To whatever
yes.
your new normal is. And ADAPT is an acronym that talks about those 5 steps that you actually have to do, which has to do with how you acknowledge and accept where you are, the decisions you have to make, how you have to activate certain plans, you have to prioritize yourself, and you have to transform your mindset so that you continue going and growing. So I help new administrators go through that process of doing that, and they're able to then leverage the relationships that they've built within their buildings so that they no longer are overwhelmed with the work. Let's face it, Ms. McLean, you left education. We didn't even get into why. Look, I can switch this interview up. We can turn it on you. You know,
right?
How December was the beginning of the end for you.
Yes.
We're going to keep the focus, but
on
I
you.
can imagine that it had, yes, that part. I can imagine that it had a lot to do with some of the work that is involved with it. What I find with new and novice school principals and those who are struggling in that role is that oftentimes they're doing so because the workload is great. It is a lot of responsibility. And I don't think unless you're actually in it doing the work that people can really appreciate just what you do. I remember people would say to me like, what do you do? What do you do? All those kind of things. But I feel like you have to be able to adapt to any situation. I had to adapt when I moved to Atlanta, right? And people were like, but it was so great. Your son got drafted into the NBA. Like he was like rich. Yeah, he was rich.
Right.
I am not.
Yes.
So I had to make some adjustments because anytime you leave anything, even if it's for a great reason or for something you're really excited about doing, it's a change. And you have to get used to your new normal. And I had to do that. And I have to admit, I met with some challenges I didn't anticipate I would. And so in the book, I actually map out the blueprint for you to navigate that space. Because with anyone, no matter what the situation, be it a forced change or one that you brought on yourself, you're going to have to make certain adjustments. So the book takes you through that. I coach the individuals through that. And if you leverage the relationships, this is not just in the principalship, but in any situation. If you leverage the relationships, you're able to take the weight of the workload off of yourself because you're then able to empower others to assist you. So that's what I was able to do.
I think that's very important when we think about business too, not only just looking at it in the education standpoint, we can take that and apply that to business. So when we talk about the nickname, the Ball Mom Doc, where did that come from? Tell us about that nickname.
So, you know, it's funny because it's kind of just a lot of what I do ball up in one. Okay. So as I mentioned to you, I started Empowered actually back in 2018 when my older son was still in high school. So that was before the MBA, that was before college. So I actually had a lot of access to him. And so what I would do with Empowered is we would call and I would work with parents. We call groups of parents, AAU programs, sport programs, schools, all those kinds of things, all the groups that I still work with now. And I would provide the education because I feel like that is the key. While he was off playing with the kids, which the kids loved, I loved it too. Now I'm still in Atlanta. He now plays for the Los Angeles Lakers, so he's quite a ways away. Right. It's easy for me to call up. And he charges about $10,000 for that 30 minutes. So mama can't afford him because I told you he's rich. I am not.
Right.
That said, I'm still doing that kind of thing. But the Ball Mom Doc came from me being called upon by other parents to ask questions about the process. And what's funny about it is I was going through the process along with them. It's not like I was just, by my, just I had been there, done that, which I'm able to offer now to my clients. At the time I was going through it. But as an educator, and people just tend to tap into you because as educators, we like to learn. We're going to do the extra reading, all those kinds of things. When my son was projected to go into the MBA, and at first, you hear people talk, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's great. But I didn't know if it was going to happen. When it got much closer to coming to fruition, I actually went back to school, studied to be an agent so that I would be able to be knowledgeable of the process. Not so much that I was going to represent him. And so I did that. And so people started to go me and ask me questions about the process, things like that. So they'd be like, hey, what's up, doc? Oh, this is the Ball Mom Doc. Y'all talk to her. You talk to the dog. Oh, if you don't know what to do, all you got to do is call the Ball Mom Doc. She'll tell you. So that's how I got the name, the Ball Mom Doc. So it's Ball. I'm a mom and I'm a doctor of education. So that's where it came from.
That's wonderful. So how has it been, or how is it being a mother to successful athletes influence your coaching and your consulting approach?
As with anything, I think that it gave me extra perspective because now my children are adults and I'm learning so much more now as they're adults than I did when I thought I was parenting them. I feel like now they're schooling me. It's been a journey. It's, what's interesting about it is you never know what's happening behind someone else's closed doors. And when people think about, even I have to admit, even myself, when I think about I was going to table to something else. When I think about what other people must think when they think of my circumstance, my situation, I can promise you it's nothing like it. Being in the MBA, it's not like anything that people can imagine unless you're actually in it. There's a lot of nuances you just don't understand. It's a business. It's not, it can go any way. It's not an easy career. It's a very, very difficult career because of the fact that there's so much uncertainty, quite frankly. So it's been challenging, I will be honest. And that's one of the reasons why I continue with this work, because I know how difficult it is for parents of athletes in this space, because we feel whatever our children feel and some, with all of our knowledge and experience with life. So it's a blessing. It's truly a blessing and an honor to be their mom, but it's been challenging to navigate the sports space. And also, I have a younger one who's still in college. Even that's challenging as well, just supporting them to the degree that we need to. And I'm not sure if you have young children or older children or children at all, but I just know how the transition from parenting children to being the parent of adults, that's a shift in of itself. And that's honestly what led me into the work around Adapt Her, was working with moms. A lot of times they were moms of professional athletes who were having to get used to their new normal, which is not very easy to do when all of your life you've poured into these vessels, and then they turn around and they don't need you to pour in them anymore. That's hard.
So let me ask this. It's not one of the questions, but I wanted to ask this because it's kind of popped in my mind also. I know we talked about you working with moms. What about significant others, wives? Would you look at expanding it to that, or have you expanded to that? Because that has to be difficult as well. You probably was the college girlfriend, and now your boyfriend now is like the big person, like how do you transition from that to just quiet life to now he's everywhere on the screen? So how would you do that?
I tell you, I promise you, it's just not for the weak. And it's interesting. People think they want that life, but that life means your person is gone 50% of the time. That life means that your person is going to miss very important dates, because they don't get to get off, because they want, the average American wants to be able to turn on the TV and see that star player that they expected
Yeah.
to see.
Yeah.
There are lots of, they have so much access to everything and the ability to be able to pay for it. That's a challenge. It's a challenge because the industry is dark. Dark. Period. Okay. And so if you don't have a strong foundation in Christ going in, you will be swept away. And even if you do have a strong foundation, it will be tested. Okay. And so all of those things, I think, impact the experience. So for the woman who is attached to that person, prayer. I would honestly say it requires a lot of prayer. When we first came into the league, when my son first transitioned to the league, he had gotten drafted to the Atlanta Hawks in 2019. And one of my favorite parts of being an NBA mom at the time was that he was on that particular team where the leadership saw the value in making sure that the entire family unit was also considered in the transition. Because not a lot of teams really consider the family, but the Atlanta Hawks did. And that's a leadership thing for sure. And one of the things that they did was they had what we call this program called the Lady Hawks. And it was all of the women who were attached to their players.
Oh, wow.
So it was girlfriends, it was wives, it was moms, grandmoms, sisters, all that. Because that's the thing. When someone is in that type of limelight and that type of situation, it does affect everyone. And so that's the kind of information and things I talk about in my first book that I wrote, which is Alley Oop, The Ultimate Assist for Parents of Athletes. There are things we have to consider. And that book is not just for parents of professional athletes. It's for parents of any athletes, because it's really more about the intentional decisions we have to make as parents to position our children for success. And for my children, they happen to have a gift and talent in sports. For someone else, it might be music, someone else singing, whatever the child's gifts are. You have to water those things and nurture them and allow them to grow. And that takes sacrifice on everyone's behalf.
So what is the favorite part about working with student athletes and their families?
If I'm honest, my favorite part is that I know for a fact that I'm making a difference. I know I'm making a difference because we are the same person. I am them. I'm not talking about something I read about, something I learned along the way. This is something I live every day. And so when I actually was focusing my work, empowered work, for the last 6 months, I've been saying I have to focus on my athletes. I had to decide. I had a coach who told me, you can't do everything. I know you can do a lot of things, but you shouldn't do it all. Because if you're trying to do it all, you do none of it well. So you have to really just step back and what do you want your focus to be? And I had to think about that because I really am passionate about all of the subgroups with which I work. But I had to wrap my arms around the athletes and their parents because that's the area that has cost me the most tears and prayers. So I wanted to be able to pay it forward. So it's rewarding in that I know the stress the parents feel. I know how uncertain it is for the player. So to be able to support them along the journey, I'm able to be basically an answer to problems that I had. And that makes me feel like I'm making a difference.
So I love that. So when we go to talking about women who transition, and so you transition, I transition, how do you support women in navigating this transition, like empty nesting or career change? How you support them?
Whew. I told you they for the week. See, here's the thing. So I was fortunate. I was born an identical twin. So I've never actually had to do life alone. So I feel like everyone needs someone. Someone who can offer perspective, someone who can offer prayer, someone who can offer support. Even sometimes someone who can offer the truth, even when it's not very easy to hear because it's not something that you love. And so the way that I'm able to support women in transition is by being that person who is able to be to listen. I'm a certified professional life coach, so I am certified to be able to coach them through these processes. And what that ultimately comes down to is just helping them to navigate that space by unpacking what they already know and adding to it additional perspective that helps shape their direction. So I'm able to do that one-on-one coaching is how I do it. I offer it actually over Zoom or in person. I'm in the Atlanta area. I do travel quite a bit, but a lot of times it is via Zoom that we're able to make these adjustments. And the book, in Adapt Her, Grow with the Flow, which, like I said, is available for pre-order. And anyone who pre-orders that book is actually in the book. They're actually mentioned in the book. So that's coming out just in weeks, though. So I don't know when exactly. I know we're live now, but if this always going to be available, anyone can go to adaptherbook.com, whether you're buying it before it comes out or after, you can get it. But in the book, we go through those processes of adapting, ADAPT, and you're tracking your progress. There are actually questions in it that goes along with it. There are journal entries that you have to do. And so I am supporting the women through that process. And it looks different. A lot of times, a lot of my clients are either dealing with relationship issues. And I say issues, meaning transitions, either looking to come into a relationship or they're trying to get out. Look, let me just say this. All my married clients want to be single, and the single married couples want to be, single people want to be married. So it's so funny. I'm like, okay, let's figure this out. And then I have those married individuals who are trying to stay married. So that relationships is one thing. Empty nesting, though, because you mentioned empty nesting. So it adapts to her. You know, my story, I'm talking a lot about my story around empty nesting and how I went through that experience, which hit me in the gut, child. Ooh, I thought, oh, yay, we're going to be living.
Yeah.
Child, I was over in the corner somewhere, upset. Didn't know what I was going to do myself.
Quiet.
What? Quiet. What? Listen, I didn't know what to do because I did not expect to feel like, what now? I am so accomplished. I'm always doing, always going. But I had not taken the time to recognize that so much of my life was wrapped up into being a mom.
Right.
And when that is stripped, and it sounds bad, stripped, like you're snatched it. No, they went away to college. He went into the NBA, but at the same time, I found myself questioning, what do I do now?
Right.
With all of my accolades, with all of my things to do, what do I do now? I know God was like, girl, what are we talking about? But I had to get through that, and I did do that with a process. A very my relationship with God is key, and it comes up and through everything that I do in my books, etc. So it does also in the coaching, but it's process. So getting through these processes through individual coaching, because it is a different process for everyone, even though we might be trying to get to the same destination.
I think that's very important to coach on, because I have a lot of friends who have children who are growing up, and like my father used to say, you was little and then all of a sudden you just grew up, and just like that. And so a lot of plenty of my friends, we discussed that once one going to a divorce, or either their children are growing up leaving, and it's like, okay, what do I do now? Because I was that mom that was going through the sports programs, making sure they go here, making sure they go there. And now I don't have that anymore. So what do I do for myself? And it's almost like they're lost out there.
Literally, like, I say,
literally lost. I literally had a friend I went and visited in Virginia. And that was one of the things she said. She was just like, I don't know what to do now, because my life was wrapped up into my marriage, or wrapped into my husband, or wrapped into my kids. And now that they are all growing up and leaving, what do I do for me? Yeah. And so we have to figure out ways that we can have women to have that life, but at the same time, they have a little life for themselves. So if things do go away, they don't know, they won't be lost, and because they just keep moving forward in what they was doing for them. So
and that requires a lot of times that requires some support, right? It requires that someone goes along that journey with you. So yeah, it's really it's something that I feel like it helps to have someone to go along that process with you, to help you, to encourage you, because you're going to get discouraged along the way. And sometimes, again, that perspective, when that's the thing about being in those places. One of the tricks of the enemy is to get you in a place of isolation where you don't kind of want to be bothered, quite frankly. And even if you want to get up and do something, you don't have the energy to do it. So to have that other person to provide that layer of accountability is important as well, because otherwise you'll find yourself, rotting away and not meeting your goals. So that support is super important. And it happens with everything: relationships, career, the empty nesting thing, everything. So that's what I find myself working with. And even the shifts in athletics, or, because even with your children going through, when they go to college, even when they go up to high school and things like that, with every difference in level, there are new devils that you face. You know what I mean? So having someone who's gone through it is so critical in those places. I'm able to speak to areas that they're in because I've been there, or I am there myself.
Well, moving into what we're discussing, what do you think is the key? What do you think is key to cultivating positive relationships during those different times of change?
The key thing is to really exercise. In the book, I really break down what it means to be humble, and how that impacts you as a leader, and how that ultimately affects your constituents with whom you work. So the humility is very important, and really being able to see yourself in that person's shoes. I think sometimes when we get in the jobs, there's so much responsibility on us. Hey, we're just doing what we have to do so we can check our stuff off our list. But we have to remember there are people attached to these tasks, right? And people have lives. And guess what? Life's, right? And so you have to be able to consider that. And sometimes when you're caught up in your own stuff, you don't take the time to step back. And that's why that perspective is so important. Most of the time, we're not trying to be jerks. We're not trying to be helicopter parents or micromanaging bosses, but we can't see ourselves. You need someone who's able to point out those blind spots. So we're able to do that. So that humility, empathy is important. But honestly, I mean, the most important thing is your authenticity. I mean, that's the thing that helped me to be the most successful. When I was confident enough to be authentically me, I didn't have to remember what I said to this one, and how I was acting in that space, or any of those kinds of things. And it brought people to me. I thought it was going to push people away if I said things the way I thought it. And I'm going to be professional, but I want you to know the true me, because that way I'm predictable, and you know kind of what you're going to get when you come to me. It's not like, oh, I don't know what she's going to say. I don't know who she is today. Those kinds of things. That develops the trust that's also needed. So you need that humility, empathy, authenticity, and the trust. That's what's going to make the relationships.
I love that. So what is it like being named one of the top entrepreneurs to watch in 2024 by Forbes? Tips.
Yes. Well, that was a blessing, such an honor to it's one of those things where you never know who's watching you. And so this is just to encourage everyone out there. Like, I'm just out here doing what I do with people and for people that I'm in the space that I live in anyway. So I know how it feels. So I was just going about my business, doing what I do. I had no idea that I didn't know this existed, let alone that I was going to be one of the people who was named to it. So it was such an honor. But again, it's just cause for you to continue doing what you are passionate about and continue learning and growing. I always say it's my big thing. I don't just say, let's go. I say, let's grow. What we doing here?
Yeah. I love that. So what advice would you give to parents of student athletes aiming for scholarships?
Well, the biggest piece of advice I would give is you really have to know something. Okay. Here's the problem. The biggest problem I find that parents have is that they don't know what they don't know. So they can't ask the questions because they don't know.
Right.
It's incumbent upon us to know. And how do you know? You have to get into space. You have to tap into resources like my own. You have to do your research, those kinds of things. Here's the thing. We're in an information stage. There's a lot of information out there, but information without application is useless. Right. So what? You can find out what's required. Unless you know how to actually apply that, who really cares?
Right.
So that's what separates Empowered from other companies. There are lots of recruitment companies and things like that. That's not what I aspire to do, is to be a recruitment person. No, my goal is to help you win, to help you crush your goals. That is my goal. So that means then I might have to walk you actually through it, as opposed to just tell you how it should be done. There's a difference. And so I find that that's what's most beneficial for me working with parents of athletes. They just don't know what they don't know, and it kills them. The Bible talks about us perishing for our lack of knowledge. Very similarly, I've seen athletes, unfortunately, talented athletes, not go anywhere because they didn't have anyone who put them in the right position to do so, or lots of talent and didn't have the academic standing to be able to move forward with that. So all of those things make a difference, which is why at my company Empowered, we focus not just on you as an athlete, but you as a student athlete. And since I'm a retired school principal, I'm able to navigate that system as well as the sports system. You've got to be able to work both of them, or one of them will cut the nose off of the other.
Right. You know what, while you were speaking, it kind of brought up to me, it reminded me of Deion Sanders talking about his son and how to help him navigate to what team to go to, because he's been in and he's seen it. And some had some negative things to say, but I think personally, I think that's the best thing. You know where to go and where not to go. So why not allow your kids to go the best place? You don't want them, if you know the snakes are down the road, you're not going to have them to travel down that road knowing that there's going to be snakes down the road. So you want to make sure he goes navigate to the right spaces. And that's kind of what I hear when you're talking about your coaching, that you actually are helping parents to help their children navigate into the right spaces. What's your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. And so it's interesting you pull out like a Deion Sanders, or even like myself. Experience is the best teacher. And what makes Deion Sanders different than the regular, Joe Schmo down the street who also is coaching his son, is that he's been where his son was going. Right. And so there'll be a lot of people along your journey that have opinions. Folk always have opinions. I mean, you turn on social media, it's ridiculous. One day you're everything, and the next day you're trash. So, but the thing is, being able to get consulting and advice and encouragement from someone who has been where you're going makes a huge difference. That is what I will say, honestly, is probably one of the biggest attributes of the work that we do. I look at some of the big like recruitment companies out there, and they have these canned programs, and some of my clients will come to me like, oh, I already have such and such. I won't name the main one because everyone will know what it is, but well, I already have such and such. And I'm like, oh, okay. And how's that working for you? Because you called me. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, well, I still don't know what to do. Of course you don't, because you just, again, you had the information, but you didn't know what to do with it. Whereas what we do is we actually, it's a hands-on approach. We become part of your family. We become family together. We go in, and I am going to help you with your courses that you take. I'm going to advocate for you in meetings. If you have an IEP, I'm going to be your advocate. If you have, whatever it is, we're going to make it do what it needs to do so that you can meet your goals. And then I'm going to be able to connect you to resources in your community to help you to do that as well. So I service clients all around the country, beginning in 5th grade. Our main sport is basketball because that's our jam. Our son plays basketball, but we have worked with other sports as well, because a lot of the information I share during what we call pep talks, parent empowering parent talks, it's encompassing all sports. But in particular around basketball, we will take you through everything from picking your courses to making sure that you're eligible for all your courses in high school, etc. So we start in 5th grade because it's all about the transitions. I'm a transition coach. I'm actually a trademark. They call it trademark radiologist, REDDIO.
Okay.
I get you ready for your next, right? So I'm a trademark radiologist. So 5th into 6th, 8th into 9th, high school into college into the pros are the transitions that we're working on. So for my middle schoolers, we may be looking to get you a high school scholarship. I mean, my kids went to school, it was $50,000 a year for high school.
Wow.
So you can imagine the caliber of education.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it was a little different than the regular public school down the street. Just saying. Okay, and that's what Access will get you. And do you think I paid $50,000? Yeah, no, I did not. So that's what I help my clients to be able to do, things like that. So again, that experience that Dion has, that I have, etc. Find yourself a mentor. Find yourself some resources, not just your friend, not someone who's just going to stick their opinion on you, but someone who's been where you're trying to go.
I love that. We got a couple of minutes, but I got this another question. How do you balance the demand of being an entrepreneur, author, coach, and speaker?
You know, it's about prioritizing. I mean, I feel like people do what they want to do. And that's just period in life, right? So when people tell you, I don't have time for this, I don't have time, that just means they don't want to. Okay, because if they really wanted to, they would make the time. And so I am intentional about prioritizing myself. Now, what I will say is the work that I do is the work that I love. And you know that saying, you know, if you're doing what you love, you're not really working at all.
Right.
So y'all, I ain't working. I'm out here living. Okay, I am living. And I'm helping other people live their best lives too, which is even better. But yeah, I do get time to just relax and chill. And I'm very fortunate. I have an amazing husband who is a part of the Empowered team. So we do our parts and then we rock and we roll together to go support our clients. So that support is important as well. And I have my tribe. You know, when you do this kind of work, when you're coaching, you're actually pouring out a lot.
A lot.
So you need someone else at times to fill your cup because you can't pour from an empty one, right? So I'm fortunate to have, again, I mentioned my identical twin. I have a best friend who's in this space. So it's important to have those individuals that you can tug on that can fill your cup when you need a moment as well. So just taking the time to do the things I enjoy doing, relaxing sometimes, and spending time with the ones I love. It's good. It's a healthy balance. We try anyway. I mean, it's not always as easy to keep it so balanced, but I definitely try.
So I heard that you have a new show, 50/50. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So yes, it's so exciting. So I shared with you earlier, I'm an identical twin. And so my identical twin and I, that's Dr. O, I'm Dr. Z. When we come together, we make things really happen. And so the 50/50 podcast, it's actually a show that we're going to be doing, is really going to be looking at all those things that impact us beyond 50. So we happen to be 50/50 because we're half and half. When we talk about everything 50 plus, everything from finances, all those things that we talked about, careers, empty nesting, relationships, marriage, divorce, widowing. My sister is, you know, she was a widow and all those things. So we'll be talking about all those aspects of life. And guess what? Here's the thing. We found like 50 these days. Like I remember when I was like in my 20s and 30s, I was like, oh, 50 was old. Nah, 50 is a new 30. I mean, like,
no, that's right.
I guess now that I'm here, I'm like, I don't know what these little young folk do, but it's such it's an interesting season because many of us we are transitioning, right? And that's the work that I've been doing for years now. And so to have those conversations, we'll be interviewing other people who are in their 50s to talk about their experiences and being able to share tools and strategies and all those things, because it's all about living your best life. Yes. We are living, y'all. You know, people used to talk about 50 like it was so old. And once you get old, you like kind of, you're not doing anything.
Right. You don't want to do anything.
Do that. We are living our best lives
Yes.
ever in our 50s. Yes. So that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be bringing that to everyone, because guess what? If you're not there yet, it's something to aspire to. And if you are there, let's go.
I love
We'll be
it.
doing it.
I love it. I love it. I got a couple of years to go, but I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward
We'll
to
be
it.
here for you. We'll be there.
I was scared at one point, but I think I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to
Yeah,
it.
it's going to. You're going to have a good old time. You're going to have a good old time.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Can you tell us how we can contact you?
Yes, but absolutely. I am looking to help everyone crush their next, whatever that is. So if you go to crushyournext.com, whatever your next chapter is, we'll talk about that. But crushyournext.com is the best way to get in contact with me. You'll fill out the form there and we will connect, and I would love to help you on your journey. Whatever it is you're going to do, we're not just going to do it. We're going to crush it, because why not? We're going to not just go through it. We're going to grow through it, right? So let's grow.
I love that.
Crushyournext.com.
Thank you so much, Dr. Z. I enjoyed talking to you. It seemed like we can go on and on and on, but I know we are pressed for time. I'm hoping to connect with you after this show and talk with you as well. Because I would love to get some information from you, and I probably would need your consulting and coaching and things like that as well. So
we're gonna get you adapted, because you're in your next phase. So let's go. I'm excited about that. We're gonna grow together. So I'm looking forward to it. Crushyournext.com is where you need to go. And don't forget, adaptherbook.com. You can go there too and order your book so that we can be all ready for this transition.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And Genius's comment, and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you, Dr. Z.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Marge McLean, and I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we have Caroline Bookman, a dedicated life insurance and health and wellness advocate from Louisiana. As a proud mother and grandmother, she was inspired to help families secure their future after witnessing the financial burden of end-of-life planning. Now she's on a mission to provide peace of mind through financial security and healthier living. I present to you Ms. Caroline Bookman. Good
Hello.
afternoon, Bookman.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am Caroline Bookman. I am the owner of a franchise business, Euphoric, and I am a mother of two and a mother of a grandmother of 5 boys and my first granddaughter, which is a month old. I'm originally from Keachai, Louisiana. I don't know, nobody knows where that is. And I have a business also that we take care of individuals with mental and physical disabilities. And and I live in Houston.
Okay, good.
Yes,
Houston.
ma'am.
All right. Well, tell us what inspired you to enter the life insurance industry, and how has it personal experience shaped your mission?
Well, what inspired me to get into the life insurance business is because I volunteered at a funeral home. And volunteering at the funeral home, I saw individuals come in with money, no money, and just left with basically in tears. And so, and then some, would have the GoFundMe. But when individuals didn't understand the pricing of funerals, it was devastating. So that meant that person wouldn't be having a decent burial until maybe 2 to 3 weeks later, or even a month later. And so, for me to get into the insurance business, to educate people how important it is, whether you have a small policy, a large policy, whatever the case may be, that you would make sure that your lineage would have, your legacy would have monies to bury you, and then they would have some monies left over.
That's very important. We all have, majority of us have those stories. And I think it's very important. I think after my aunt passed, that was one of the things that I was like, hey, this is very, very important about, just trying to find ways of burying her properly. And just like you said, hearing those stories, it had me thinking about even becoming a life insurance agent, just to be able to come out and give education to our community. Many families struggle with that financial planning for the end of life services. What are the most common misconceptions about life insurance?
Some people think that it's a scam. Some think it's a scam, because, you pay on it, and it's just like, any other car insurance or home appliance warranties or different things like that. They think, well, I'm paying into it, but when am I going to use it? But I will tell you a personal story of mine. My husband was at MD Anderson, and I know that the insurance, excuse me, that the insurance that we had transferred over for my name to be on it, well, it was sitting in someone's box. Someone's desk. And if it had not been changed, then that person would have, had the insurance money. So it's always of value to make sure that you know what you have and know how much you have, and to just, look at it as something that I need to keep abreast, from month to month, basically, really.
So you're saying that it's very important for an individual to regularly check on their insurance policy if there need to be any changes need to be done. Are you saying month to month they should regularly check on their policy?
And we do what we call a policy review. So during the policy review, we'll know that that person can continue to afford what they have, or if they need to add more to it, so that, when that time comes, that they will have the, they'll have what they need, for the funeral. They'll have what they need for, to pay their bills after, the family to pay their bills afterwards.
Okay. What advice would you give to someone who feel they can't afford life insurance but want to be able to protect their family's future?
For someone that can afford it, what I'm finding is the different insurance companies, they offer insurance at different rates, and different insurance company offer different products now. Before they used to just have like this set in stone, if you had a diagnosis of diabetes, high blood pressure, or cancer even. So now those companies have, expanded to include those. It may be a more higher cost, but some of the companies that I write with, they accept it. They accept the diagnosis that people have, and you can customize your your premium and your amount. It may not be a lot, but in some cases we have what we call the legacy plan, and the legacy plan will go in and they will talk to the funeral homes as to get you a price deduction so that you can afford it. And so that, that plan itself, it's a game changer when it comes to funerals.
Well, how do you educate families about the long-term benefits of having the right life insurance plan?
We educate our families through going out into the communities, going to churches. We go to different events. Even when we're on the phone with them, we educate them over the phone. We do Zoom calls, and just word of mouth, and we educate people as we go into their homes so that they will know what it is that they have and what it is that they need and what they can afford. And the most important thing is what they can afford, because you don't want someone to get life insurance and then they can't afford it later.
Right.
But it's always adjustable, in case something, it's life. Sometimes things happen. You have to adjust things to make sure that people can afford it.
Okay. So in your experience, what are some of the most impactful success stories where life insurance has truly changed lives?
The most impactful is what I mentioned before, which is the legacy plan. The legacy plan, no matter when someone passes away, the casket cost is locked in at $2,000, and you have 250 of those to choose from. The out of box is locked in as $1,000, and your headstone, your slanted headstone, is locked in at $850. Well, start at $850, and have the urns that's locked in at $99, and you have to choose from. And the legacy plan, what it is, they like I said, they call the funeral. You have 3 choices of funeral homes, and they negotiate the price. So when they negotiate the price and you pick, what casket or whatever you may want, they will have it there within 48 hours. Now, the monies that their policies, that money is paid out to the beneficiary within 48 hours with no death certificate, and it's paid out. So you can go to the funeral home with that money in hand.
Okay, that's so when we talk about insurance, is there other services that insurance companies do? Is it all insurance companies do kind of like the same services? One of the things I think about my insurance plan, they have a service where they will assist families with planning the funeral. They help them with wills. Or is this something that all insurance companies do?
Not everyone, have the same products, but one thing I will say that, the insurance companies now have expanded out to what they call critical illness. So if you get, if you have a home and you get mortgage protection, you get the mortgage protection plan. So if in the event that you become disabled, you can't perform 2 of your ADLs, which are your activities of daily living, then you could take a portion of that insurance and pay for someone to help you, and you'll still have monies left over, for your life insurance. And for the most part, the insurance companies, like I said, they have expanded so much more than they have in the last 5 years or so.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to the wheels and different things, so different companies offer, different packages.
Okay. You're passionate about helping others in their healthy lifestyles. What are some small but powerful changes that people have made today or making today?
What people in the health and wellness, people are making changes in their mental. I know mental health is a big big thing, especially not just in the geriatrics and but the children now. Being a former CPS foster home mom, I saw children be put on all different kind of medications and things of the sort, but some judges didn't allow those kids to be put on that. So in the health and wellness, we have a brain IQ, and that brain IQ helps people with their mental and brain fogs and different things like that. And I'll give you my testimony. I'm not making any medical claims, but last month I had COVID, and I was telling my auntie, I said, I feel as though, I'm just, something is wrong. So I was just wanting to lay around and things like that. But the brain IQ that I offer in the health and wellness, it helped me with my memory lapse. It gave me my, my thinking, my energy. And then we have the GOATed. And the GOATed, what it is for your performance and your brain IQ and for your memory. And like I'm looking into the screen now. So, we look in computers all the time. So our eyes need, that extra. And we all need something extra every day. And so that's why I got into the health and wellness as well.
I love that. So how do life insurance and health and wellness go hand in hand?
Well, life insurance and health and wellness go hand in hand because it's a preventative and a proactive way of educating people. You can live life to the fullest. You can, you can get out and walk. You can get out and do things that you can normally do, with losing just a few pounds. You can lose a few pounds. You can, the GOATed drink is not a, one of those, the normals, but it is a euphoric. And so it doesn't have that up and down crash. And so, and with putting the two together is educating people that you can do better with life, putting the right things into your body, and then getting your, making sure that your family is covered, even through the health and wellness, all the way through to life insurance. So it's a thing of what's important to you. What's important to you, what's important to your family.
I think that's very important because, when we think about health and wellness, we do majority of the time think about mental health, but we have to also think about the whole body, the body as a whole. What are we putting in our bodies that is not helping? And, I think about my grandfather growing up on his farm. They cook with a lot of, I don't know if you know what lard. And it was going way back. So they cook with a lot of lard back in those days. And, we know now that it's unhealthy. But one of the things I do know about my grandfather, he wasn't one to use the more the technology when it comes to farming. He was still doing, a mule. So he was working and moving and things. And so we have to do the same thing. We're not moving as much because sometimes I think about like, well, why wasn't they passing and having heart attacks and things as large scale as we are now? And it's because we're not moving as much as we used to. So, I'm looking at, my organization is doing a health fair February 15th. And one of the things we're going to have in that is movement. We'll have someone doing a little Zumba, chair yoga, line dancing, having fun, line dancing, showing that you can move, have fun, but you still are working out at the same time.
And I'll tell you this: my dad just turned 84. My mother, she turned 86. My biological mom just turned 79. And so, my dad, he grows his own garden and shares with everybody. And my grandparents did the same thing, because you had an assignment. You either picked okra on one day or you picked strawberries on one day. But going back to the basics, where people think that, you're supposed to eat you can cook with the Lord and all that kind of stuff. So when you hand someone something with, no meat in it, or you give them something with smoked turkey in it. Well, where's the ham hocks and stuff? That's something of old for myself, because we ate that, and not to knock anybody or whatever, but pork, I can't even stand to smell it cooked. So I know that I can't use it. But when and especially when I turned 60 last year, chasing after the grandkids and not chasing after them, but taking them to school and different things like that. You have to have your mindset right. You have to have the energy to do things, and the energy to do things is to want to get out and get outside. And the snow drew more people outside than ever here in Houston. Because that's something out of the norm. But everyday life, we're to get up and do something different towards our mind, especially our mindset. And our mindset that's what takes us to that next level, is to get us moving.
Right. Yeah. Well, I would say I was trying to figure out how in the world did Houston get more snow than Fayetteville, North Carolina. I just didn't understand. But yeah, you look like I was having a good time down there with the snow.
Well, my grandson, he said, well, I want to go to Denver because it's always snowing there. And when it snowed here, they had the most wonderful time. They didn't want to come inside.
I know they did. Well, many people put their health on the back burner, something that we was just talking about, due to our busy schedules. What are your top tips for prioritizing wellness in the daily life?
The top tips are, to me, is meditation. Meditation.
Yes.
And meditation every day, it takes precedence over watching the news. And before you do all of that, just get somewhere and be quiet and meditate. And drinking water. Some people just cannot stand water, so then they fill it with the little crystal lights and all those different things like that. Well, sometimes sometimes people have backlashes from it, because I learned that the aspartames and stuff, sometimes they give people headaches. And just eating something different. It doesn't always have to be a whole lot, but just try it. Try something different every week. And involve your family. If you have a family, involve your family, so that they will be able to know, well, we didn't always eat the fried stuff. We had baked stuff. We had air fry. And the common thing is to just do fast food. And fast food is, it's getting more and more expensive. And you can do it yourself, and you can make it a healthier version for yourself. And just getting out walking. I know here the birds have started to come to the windows every morning, and to hear a bird, just singing at at the window, then that makes you want to go outside.
Mm-hmm.
And I know for myself, I purchased a treadmill,
Okay.
and I guess it wasn't for me, so it never worked. So I had to get outside. And I text the company back and forth, and we almost had it out over a text message, but I guess they won because they didn't send the part, they didn't send my money back. But getting outside and just breathing in the fresh air, it works. It helps you to reset your mind. You get to hear the birds and different things like that. So it's always refreshing.
So, one of the things that I started doing when my grandmother passed this month will make 5 years that she passed. One of the things that I started to do was take herbal courses, because one of the things she did was when we were sick, we always go to my grandmother and she would make herbs and things for us to take. And we barely took, I think the most we did was BC back in the day, BC powder. And but majority of the time we'll go to my grandmother and she'll make like a little remedy for us. And so whenever she passed, of course, if you don't get it from them, they take it with them to the grave. So I started to take some herbal courses to become a certified herbalist. I got about 2 more classes to take and then I'll be done. And some of the things in there that I learned about the dandelion, that was just a field of things that we would blow, but didn't realize that was something natural that we could use. The sour weeds we would chew on. I'm a country girl, so we played in the field a lot. So a lot of the things that we used to play with, we didn't realize were those natural remedies that we could use, and wouldn't have to take a lot of medication and things. But what do you think about going the natural or herbal route when it comes to eating and becomes to your health and your wellness?
Going the natural route, I'm glad you mentioned the holistic part. Well, I joined the company Pure Herbs, and I don't know if you remember the Black Dwarf and 3-6s and all those things. Well, the company has an array of herb supplements, and they're mostly in liquid forms. And so, like I said, when COVID first came, my dad, he went to the herb store and he bought the what they call the LW, and it cleanses your respiratory. And so he said, well, whatever it takes for you to join that company, I want you to join. So I did, because I want to know, besides a Tylenol, because a Tylenol just half, sends me to sleep. Yeah. So my tolerance to, medication is not good. Matter of fact, the medication that I took for COVID, it messed with my stomach. It messed with me personally. And so, but people, I look at the people that transition from, everyday eating to vegetarian or pescatarians. And so I'm more into going that way now, is to, try to cook some of those recipes and things to see how they taste. And, I'm not trying to transition my family, because I know, that's one of the things that's the hardest. The kids, they want the fast food, but my daughter and my daughter and daughter-in-law, they cook really good at home. But people have to realize what you put in your body, that's what you become.
Right.
Whether you put it in their eating, what you listen, what you think, and what you speak. Yeah. All of those things contribute to how things happen and come about in your life. If you say you want to get healthy and you go and buy you a whole box of chicken, well, you just deviated the plan.
Yeah.
You aborted the mission. and
So
like
another-
yourself, and
Go
like
ahead.
yourself, I actually the person McGowan, she sent me some books. Matter of fact, she just sent me some herb books the other day. So the next class that she starts, then I'll be in that class.
Oh, that's
because
wonderful.
I want to know the healthier way of doing things.
Right. Making our own thing. And like you said, and I guess I can see where the life insurance and the health and wellness kind of coincide. Still need that, even though we're trying to live longer, I guess you could say, and treat ourselves well, walk life, talk life, think life, eat life. We have to be able to live, especially if we're trying to, like you said, you have grandkids. You're not now just living for yourself. You're living for your grandchildren because you want to be there to watch them grow early. One of the things that happened with me, I would say, for an example, on my biological father's side, my grandmother passed of a heart attack when I was in 7th grade. Her heart just stopped, and she and then later on, my cousin, who is a year younger than me, he passed of a heart attack in his 30s. And then maybe a couple of years later, his mom, my auntie, passed of a heart attack. And I knew then it was time for me to do something because obviously that runs in the family, right? And I was overweight. I know people wouldn't even believe I was like 300 pounds. So, and I had to do something. Yeah, I did, because we don't realize how quick health weight can slide in on us. Like, it's just when I go back and look at the pictures, I'm like, man, I can't believe I was that large, but I could tell that I couldn't walk, I didn't sleep well, barely wanted to take the stairs and things like that. And you could, and then, you're always tired. And then what I eat wasn't the right thing. Stress, adds weight as well, because it's not always what you eat. It's about stress. Sometimes you can get stressed as well.
Oh, yes.
And so I had to do something so I would be able to live longer and do the things that I wanted to do. So, one of the things I did was I changed my diet. I don't eat as much sugar. I kind of start back, but I don't eat as much sugar. And I had to do some other things to make sure I get this weight off. And now it's just maintaining the weight. So I'll be able to live longer. Yeah.
Yeah. And, me, when growing up as a chubby kid, the little lady used to make me those A-line dresses, where it just fit. Where it would fit. But, it's, I see some of the children, they're just, just really overweight. And it's a lot of, the sodium packed things that they're eating, the fast food and things like that. But to change that, you have to really educate and stay with the parents. Because that some of the things that you see in adults, young adults, and children, it's generational. And this is what we've always done. Sunday dinners, we had food from just the big spread, and the big spread, it had all the soul foods and things on there. But when you go and try to change, well, what's that? That looks funny, but it's better for you. And so, like I said, the transition to educate and transition people about doing things. And just last year, young people dying in their sleep and don't even know what happened. And I tell people, about insurance, when I'm talking to them about life insurance, people are dying at all ages. What used to be diabetes for older people, no, it's in children now.
Yes.
My daughter is a RN in a NICU unit, and they have babies sometimes that they have to care for, and they call them the $1 million babies because of the care that the mother didn't get. And so those babies go on pumps and all kind of IVs and things like that. So, the health and wellness, it needs to be broadened, because the fact that that's the start of a person's life.
Yes.
Or if they're already, young or adult or whatever, and they don't have that education, then generationally, they're going to follow in the footsteps of those people that, that their parents and grandparents and forefathers did. And so to get out in the community and show people there are different ways, because we can do it. It's just that, will we do it?
Right.
And
Yeah.
if you know how to do it, you may know. Some people just don't know how.
So, question, and that's mindset too. When we talk about that, not knowing how, but then when you do get the tools, you have the mindset to use them. And sometimes we don't have that mindset to use the tools that people tried to give us. So when we think about legacy, what does legacy mean to you, and how can people be more intentional about creating one?
Legacy to me is, I was just telling someone this the other day. I'll give you an example. Sometimes people go through divorces, or they go through tragics in their lives or in their families and things, and they just cut off communication to the families. So I tell people, it's high time you let that go. You let that go, so your children will be able to know who's who in their families, who their, their grandparents or their forefathers, their aunts, their aunts, uncles, and they can see, that this happened, or this person, was the matriarch of the family or whatever.
Right.
So getting people to understand that you let that other stuff go. Whoever didn't bring the macaroni and cheese to the family reunion, and you mad at them.
Yeah. Everybody can't bring the macaroni and cheese. We got one person in the family that cooks and potato salad.
No, because we used to have one that used to bring that Boxcraft macaroni and cheese and put bacon bits on it. No. But but it's really time for people to understand that tomorrow is not promised.
That's right.
And when you can get your families back together genuinely, and not be apples for apples, or it's you don't think that you're more than anybody else. We're all on common ground.
Right.
We're all on common ground. We're all people. And to let your children be able to know their legacy, that's key for me. My parents live in one set lives in Shreveport, my dad and my mom there, and my biological mom is here. So I always make it a point for my grandkids to know their grandparents and to know their other relatives.
I think that's very important. And we need to keep our stories going as well. I remember growing up, my grandma had, I don't know if you remember, the big Bible that every time someone was born, they'd write it down on like a family tree in the fused Bible that we used to have. Yeah. I don't know what happened to it, but we used to write it down. I remember that because every year I go back and we would go and look through it every year that we have like a family reunion, and you'd be able to see your family tree. And so now we have ancestry. So I started that myself. But just to know what the legacy is, what our grandparents, our forefathers and foremothers have done before, that's important. Looking back through that legacy, finding out that my great grandfather was a part of one of the wars, the World War. Did not know that, and and that made me proud to know that. As an African American male, being a part of that. So while I watched that on movies about it, I can say my great grandfather was a part of that. So I think that's important for them to know, and to know what we come from and how we can keep that legacy going. How has being a mother and grandmother influenced your approach to financial security and wellness?
Ooh, let me tell you, being a mother, grandmother, and to make sure that my legacy doesn't have to work as hard as I did or have. Back when I was a kid, money wasn't taught to us.
Yeah.
You know, we know how to farm, raise chickens and things like that, but we wasn't taught finances. And, you know, you would see, now my grandpa would charge us 50 cents to go to the store. That's about as good as he got. But nobody taught us that. And so for my grandkids, kids and grandkids, you know, anything that I find that's financial, I give it to them, whether they want to hear it or not. This is for you. This is for your children and your children's children. And you need to make sure that your children understand it, because I can tell you there's some kids learn earlier than other kids.
Right.
And they're put in that place to learn at early ages, so that by the time that they're 10, they already know what money is about.
Right.
They know how much money they have. They know how much money they have coming in a month. I mean, coming in, because they have been taught how to invest. They've been taught how to save, how to do money, how to make money work for them and not them work for money. So as a grandmother and mother, when I learn different things about finances, I make sure that they understand.
I definitely agree. You know, I think about what you just said. My parents taught me what we call it, the hustle. Taught me, I don't know if you remember when people used to go and yard sale a lot, and my mom had me with her. And then I had my baby dolls, and she taught me how to sell my own baby dolls. So I kind of learned early. My father, he had a tire business, so he would take me with him. I was a daddy's girl, and he would take me with him. And instead of him going in the bank, he'll send me in the bank to know how to write out the slips and know what to say and how to. And when he write a check, he'll let me write the check and teach me how to do that. So he was teaching me that, even though it was fun to me to be able to do it and feel like I was a grown person, but he actually was teaching me those things. And so it was very, important for us to be able to do that to our kids. Me even teaching math, and we get into the percentage. I would teach young ladies in high school about, hey, you have a child right now. How about let's put some money aside and let's kind of calculate, if you get so much percentage on this money, by the time this child turns 18, how much will they have in their bank account if you don't touch it? And then, doing that with the children in high school, they was just like, Miss McClain, no one has ever taught us this. Like, I would have never thought about this. Like, this is what you do. You put in money up for your child. So that way, if they want to go to college, or if they want to go to, what if they don't want to go to college, they have something set aside, because a lot of times our kids are, when they come out of college, they come out in debt. So with student loans. So I think that's very important for us to be able to teach our children that. So we got a couple of minutes. One last piece. What's one piece of advice you give to someone who wants to take control of their financial and physical well-being? And what's a piece of advice if someone wants to become an insurance agent?
The advice for someone wanting to become an insurance agent, you have to know that you have to treat it as a business, not a hobby. What I mean by that is treating it as a business. You have people information, and you have to secure that information as a business. And you always want to educate yourself to educate others. And make sure that people understand. And for the other question you was asking me,
Yes. How do you help someone to take charge of their financial well-being and physical well-being?
Their financial well-being is know where your money is going. Track your money, know where your money is going. Don't spend it all just because it's coming in doesn't mean you have to spend it on everything, because in business, you always have to account that you have business expenses, you have overheads of some type. And, you know, you don't want to just spend. And then,
right.
I mean, you can make it, but spend. Get educated about it, because in the insurance, you're a 1099 and you're going to spend all your money at the end of the year. You're supposed to be even paid your taxes in. And guess what? You have to pay $15,000 worth of taxes, and you don't have that money. Uncle Sam wants his money. And so for the health and wellness, you know, keeping my why I even started the business is because I want to make sure people proactively and know that there's preventative ways of being healthy and doing things better for themselves than they have been or have taught or learned, or, you know, someone just being around their environment. That's it. And so
thank you.
Okay.
We got to get ready to go to a commercial, but thank you for coming on. And can you tell us how we can get in contact with you real quick?
Yes, it's cbookman.euphoric, that's UFOREK.com for the health and wellness. For the insurance, you can call me at 281-744-2029 or email me at bookman, bookmanc64@gmail.com.
Thank you, Ms. Bookman. I appreciate you coming on.
I appreciate you all having me.
Yes,
thank you.
Genius's comment, and we'll see you on the other side.
All right. Thank you so much.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.